So, uh, so, oh geez, that's a big growler. So last time, you guys had traveled a few days away from Slubudop after Demogorgon rose from the waves. Um, and you managed to find your way to this giant chasm with uh, silken strands that wind their way through this chasm. We ended last time just on the edge of this with a torch coming towards you with two goblins coming towards you. You hadn't had a time or a chance to greet them or anything because we were running a little bit late. But yes, you were on the mostly western, loosely speaking. Assuming you know directions, you're very deep underground. You currently do not have a map yet. They were already heading your direction. It doesn't seem like it was purposeful. It just happens that they were coming up the nearest strand to you. In your time in the Underdark, you've gone up, you've gone down. You don't know how deep you are. You don't know where the surface is. You're underground. That's all you know. Luckily, this is D&D and you don't have to worry about things like differing pressure or and you haven't been traveling through places with no air yet. So, that's good. You're underground. There's bound to be something somewhere. Uh, it also reminded me that there's an image that I want to share. You, it's a generic image from the module, but it fits very well with where you're at right now. These spiderweb paths had to come from somewhere after all. Also, just in case you haven't seen this recently, that is the two goblins that are coming towards you. They don't seem hurried in any manner. They're just they just happen to be traveling your direction. Um, Last time you guys had also decided to go to Grackle stuff and then the Neverlight Grove because that's the way that Grackle stuff was basically on the way to Neverlight Grove from where you were. Neverlight Grove could have been reached faster if you'd gone back through Sloobudop, but considering what happened there, you decided to not take that route. Uh, just as a note, um, this even to Prescott, who is one of the ones with the furthest dark vision besides Thulwar, this chasm is further wide than you can see and far deeper than you can see. So what were you doing? At this point, they're probably about 60 feet from you. As you trumpet, they look up. As a note, does anyone have a light up? I kind of figured. Um, okay. With your light spell. Okay. Uh, just as a random question, what color is your light? I know it seems weird, but the light spell does let you color it whatever color you want. It's still visible, but it may or may not help your being spotted from afar. It, from what you've seen, it more closely matches the phosphorescent fungus than just a random bright, basically torchlight would. So you never know. The goblins eventually, when they're about, I'd say probably about 30 feet away, kind of raise their hand, and the shorter one of them says, hello there. Neither one looks at Ashok's giant spider form. You don't know if they're just not worried about the fact that, you know, giant spider, or if they just haven't seen him. Giant spider. Wow, that's helpful. That would be. Yeah, no, they don't. You're surprised to find that even though you're not actively sneaking, they don't seem to see you. Uh, Neither one seems necessarily afraid of the giant spider. They just kind of look at it and go, oh, hey, yeah, those are around here. The both goblins clap. Um, Prescott, make a dexterity saving throw, please. That was a check. Well, it doesn't matter. It's the same number either way. Uh, Thanks to Ashok's quick thinking, Prescott doesn't slip and fall. Um, yeah, pretty much. Yes, yes, definitely. shouldn't be. Uh, both goblins raise their hands and very clearly are not threatening in any way and say, "Wait, wait, wait, we can guide you if you pay us." Uh, the taller of the two goblins, not by much, it's just a couple of inches, but he walks forward and says, um, "We know this area quite well. We can get you through here safely if you pay us 4 gold a day. That will be 2 gold each." Where is it you are headed? You know of Grackle stuff, and you know of the Neverlight Grove, and you know of Blingdenstone. You guys had decided to go towards Grackle stuff as it's the closest and on the way to Neverlight Grove, and you have a feeling that you can like stop and restock if necessary at Grackle stuff. You watch as the two goblins kind of pause and uh, they seem to speak like some sort of sign language. They're not audibly speaking to each other, but kind of making full body motions. After a few moments of this, the taller one, the one that's been talking to you the whole time, says that um, through the Silken Paths, we can get you on the right path. It we The Silken Paths is our home. It is the place we know. We can get you through it safely, or as safely as it ever is. It would take at least 10 days to navigate through, uh, considering your destination is Greckle stuff. From where you were, let me double check. Um, from Sluvludop, it would have been 20 days to Grackle stuff. You've spent 2 to 3 days getting to the Silken Paths, um, and you aren't sure how far it is from the Silken Paths to Grackle stuff, but they're saying that it will take, I believe, 10 days to make it to the other side in the right direction. Um, if you would like Thulwar as the only one somewhat uh, familiar with the Underdark, you can make a history check for me, please. I wouldn't call that a failed roll. I mean, he was dancing with a spider on a spider web. Um, you've heard of the Silken Paths. You've heard of this area. You happen to know that uh, it's not a safe journey, even with a guide, and that because the paths are literally made out of spider webs, it's constantly changing. They're telling you 10 days based on their previous trips. You don't know for sure if that's how long it'll take. You happen to know that this chasm, generally for the full span of it, is about 500 feet deep. You guys are not at the top, but kind of towards the top of that. You know that from this side to the other side is probably about 2,000 feet wide, and that this full chasm stretches for nearly 5 miles. You don't. They haven't actually said, but it's been. The same one that's been talking with you guys speaks up and says, "My name is Yuck Yuck. This is Spiderbait, and we grew up here." Yuck Yuck speaks up and says, "Spiderbait doesn't speak." Yuck Yuck looks at Spiderbait, like, kind of shrugging a little bit, and Spiderbait opens his mouth, and you see no tongue. Our earliest memories are of the Silken Paths. Not that we've ever found. We've been on our own for a long time. You can make an insight check if you'd like. Well, we live. What? Huh? He's online, but that doesn't mean that he's able to join. Um, Yuk Yuk speaks up again and says, "The Silken Paths are our home." You asked where our home is. This is home. Wherever we happen to be on the Silken Paths. They look at Stool briefly, but don't seem super interested. You don't know if it's because they don't know what it is, or if they've seen Stool's kind before and just aren't surprised by it. Um, and and they say, uh, Yuk Yuk says that there hasn't been anything that they've noticed that's unusual for the Silken Paths or for the Underdark. Some of the humanoids they've come across seem a bit more obsessive than normal. Uh, they seem hyper focused on one goal and one goal only. We've had drow slavers come through with their slaves, and they're focused on keeping the slaves with them more than normal, and they kind of just ignore everything else. Uh, cons- Considering it's going to be 10 days, let's say afterwards. It's going to be at least 10 days. This place changes. They kind of look around and kind of shrug, and they say, as far as our last trip says, it should be 10 days. Or you can give us stuff we find. At that comment, Yuck Yuck looks down over the side and kinda shrugs. Oh, we're used to the spider web.
We have cheese?
Uh, oh no, Quinn connection lost. I hope not. This cider is delicious. Uh, it'll take more than 2 glasses of cider to make me pass out. There what goes. How dare it?
And then
Silly thing. So you guys are going to go with Yuck Yuck and Spiderbait? I mean, you could always try and go. You could always try and go on your own.
Out of
They Plus they have specified that at the end of your journey, they will call their debt in.
for a 3 day
Uh,
journey. Yeah.
well, they said probably 10 days, and it's 4 gold a day, 2 each. That's not terrible. Um, one thing,
And he's not.
uh, neither Yuck Yuck nor Spiderbait seemed phased by what you have said. It seems to be pretty normal for the beings that they've met. Um, uh, Part of your history check before Thulwar, you're aware that you're going to be traversing spiderweb for most of this journey. It's going to slow you down. Uh, you don't you don't know how long it will take to get to Greckle stuff because your memory, this place changes day by day. These paths wear out and fall apart every day. Um, Imagine that. They are wide enough, generally, from what you can see, for the main paths to be traversed basically one abreast, one person at a time.
Can't hear you. We didn't hear any of that.
Did you not hear any of that?
You're cutting out. Oh, then never mind. Fuck.
Um, if it's not an easy journey and you don't know how long or where it'll put you on the other side and you don't know how long in your initial estimates of 20 days this will put you by the end of it. Your 20-day estimate was assuming tunnel travel, not across spiderweb travel. It's generally one of those that it was 20 days plus or minus whatever happens on the journey. I will be allowing the same food and water rolls. The DCs just go up because you're on the Silken Paths. You're traversing spiderweb for the most part. If you encounter things along the way and you kill them and you happen to eat them, I mean, most things are okay to eat. Um,
KFS.
Yuk Yuk does speak up and say that not all of the paths are by spiderweb. You'll be traversing from one side to the other through a short bit of tunnel and then back through. Because it's why it takes 10 days to traverse. Um, you watch as both Yuk Yuk and Spiderbait pull out a. It looks like some sort of weird Underdark gourd, and they start slicking their feet with it, with whatever's inside. Uh, Neither one of them stops doing what they're doing, but Yuk Yuk mentions that this helps them move across the paths without sticking. Ashok, you notice that it's some sort of like really greasy substance. You aren't entirely sure what it is, but it's definitely slicked up that particular leg. For you, you don't think it'll make any difference. Ashok, as you walk across, you notice that your feet kind of stick to this web. Um, it, Sorry, Prescott. Shush. Meow. Um, you notice that it seems to force you to be slower than you usually are. Basically, these webs are difficult terrain. For the moment, Ashok, you're the only one that can walk normally. And that's because you are a giant spider at the moment. What sound? Uh, Ashok, make a perception check for me, please. It just hit me that you're on a web and you're a giant spider. Uh, you notice, Ashok, there's something kind of wiggling on this particular strand that you're on, but it feels like it's a far distance away. Yes. You know the exact location of any other creature in contact with the same web, assuming you roll high enough. Um, you know that it's quite a distance away and somewhere below you, based off of your roll. It doesn't feel as large as you are. Make a perception check. Uh, yes, perception. Uh, so, Touche, you don't have very far that you can actually see because you don't have dark vision. With your light up, you can see definitely within about 20 feet of you and kind of sort of within another 20 feet, so about 40 feet total. You don't see anything necessarily around you, but you can hear the clicking of spiders just kind of generally echoing through this cavern. It's very faint, but that's what you can pick up. Thulwar, you hear about the same thing, but you can see, considering you are a deep gnome and you have a decent dark vision, you can see to a distance. You can see things moving along paths that are not the same one as you guys are going to be traversing. Not not necessarily. He just has a further dark vision. Um, Both Prescott and Thulwar can see 120 feet. Your advantage is that you can see through magical darkness. Prescott would see the same things as Thulwar. You don't see anything moving on the strand that you'll be going down, but you can see on other strands what probably seems to be about the same form as Ashok.
It took her a second. She
Uh,
just gave me a look.
as a further note, Ashok, what you sense down this web is just a single entity. Um, Yuk Yuk looks at your group and considers the amount of the grease that they have, and looks at Spiderbait, and they kind of shrug at each other and hand over what they have. Um, these particular gourds would hold just about enough to cover probably everybody's feet. Considering it's a very large group at the moment, everybody's feet, minus Ashok, who's a spider at the moment, probably
Speaking of,
once.
speaking of
Uh, uh, times 30. Uh, that would
no,
be 2 gnomes and stool. You could probably carry them with no penalties, but not much more than that. That's assuming that as your druid shape, this your equipment basically becomes part of you. Uh, Well, the 117 is assuming that you're physically carrying this and not that it becomes part of your shape. Wild shape's a weird thing. Um, it's great, don't get me wrong, but it's very confusing. I usually consider it as all of your stuff becomes part of you when you shift your shape. It just kind of becomes absorbed. So you're a giant spider carrying nothing. The bonus is that you retain your alignment, your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. It does specify that you choose whether your equipment falls to the ground, merges into your new form, or is worn by it. I had to remind myself because it's been a little while since I looked at wild shape. But yeah, because it's two deep gnomes and Stool, who is relatively lightweight considering, uh, I'd say you could carry all three of them with no penalty.
Well, the weight of silk.
And the rest of you are just gonna traverse as normal.
Prescott.
The other question that I have to Shay, you keep your uh, kind of bluish light up. Um,
Oh, big.
so you can stay in wild shape for an hour. Most likely less than that. It just takes a while. The only thing it affects is how quickly we can move. Um,
Then how do we get more of it?
this it is unlikely for us to be able to travel this way all the time. The grease helps us move when the slant is downwards, not so much when we're climbing back up. With the grease, we can move pretty much twice as fast as we normally can. We find more along the way. We uh we we kill things and we boil their meat to oil. Well, generally we find spiders or mostly spiders. Occasionally there's drow slavers. There could be dark mantles. Very rarely are there anything else. But the grease helps us get down paths quickly, which is always helpful. Moving quickly is always better than slowly. Yuck Yuck looks back at the rest of the party, just checking in real quick to make sure that everyone's ready. And he kind of shrugs and uh, when he steps onto the web, you notice that his feet don't stick. They just kind of glide across it. And the same with spider bait. Do you guys want to go in your normal marching for single row? Real quick, I'm gonna be right back. No, I have the growler here. I need to hit the restroom real quick. Well, that depends. Uh, do you have the alchemy jug right now? Uh, make an intelligence check. Oh, I
Roll
know,
intelligence.
but still, that's a really good intelligence check. Uh, the first thing that comes to mind is it would work really well as the substitute for the grease that you just put on your feet.
Well, when we
And
need
you're
more.
speaking 2 gallons a day? That's more than enough for everybody in your party.
All of these are
Or I
acceptable.
think it was, which, yes, is more than enough. Assuming you want to be functional, drunk, sure, but not, passed out all day and stuck behind.
You're a rock star.
So,
Game on.
you guys start on your journey through the Silken Paths. Um, I'd say probably 45 minutes by this point, maybe half an hour. Um, Ashok, you stay a spider, after which you are reverted to your humanoid form. You make a wisdom check for me. Well, you're smart enough to kind of know the signs by this point of when your wild shape is going to end. So I'm going to say that yes, you can go ahead and put them down before they fall off. They don't fall off. Imagine that. That's always a good thing. You notice that your party can all move essentially freely down the spider web as you guys continue down, but your feet start sticking. Um, um, Yuk Yuk hands over what very little is left in that particular gourd. It's just enough to cover your feet for the day.
Damn.
My assumption was that everyone put it on at the beginning, even the ones riding the spider. It just didn't work for the spider while the spider was a spider. Pretty much. You heard him. Just because you couldn't follow doesn't mean other people couldn't. So you all move actually pretty quick down this spider web. Um, in terms of combat rounds, instead of base 30, you guys are moving generally 50 to 60 instead per round, or at least what the equivalent would be. Basically, when you guys are moving down a web, if your feet are greased, you move twice your speed. So at least for the moment, you guys make pretty good time. You don't know how much time passes before you guys get down towards the uh, kind of towards the end of this web. Um, Prescott and Thulwar. I believe just Prescott and Thulwar. With the further distance at this point, you guys can see the other wall. Uh, you notice that about 60 feet ahead of you, so almost everybody but Tashay can see this at this point. You see something kind of wiggling right at the edge of your vision. Thulwar and Prescott, make a perception check for me real quick. Well, that's better than a 1 that I thought it was. Prescott, you can see something wiggling, but you can't make out the form. Thulwar, you notice that it seems to be um, about your size, maybe a little bit taller, but not by much. But it seems to be some sort of uh, big round thing. Kind of like it almost looks egg shaped, but it doesn't quite remind you of an egg. It's a little bit confusing. Potentially. And you notice that about 60 feet in front of the group. Um, One moment. Yeah, neither Spiderbait nor Yuck Yuck seem to have noticed quite yet. Yuck Yuck pauses in their descent and kind of looks off in that direction. And he looks quite intently at whatever thing it is over there and says, that looks like something's been caught by the spiders. I don't see spiders at the moment. Yuck Yuck said this loud enough for everyone to hear. Uh, so who's going first?
Definitely
Okay.
not. Skitter,
Uh,
skitter. What?
make a perception check with advantage because you're a spider. Because you're a spider, and at this point you can, wow, visually see it.
You
You
rolled
rolled
two
two
11s.
11s. 16. You can see that whatever it is doesn't seem to be hostile towards you. It just seems to be trying to break free of some sort of egg-shaped encasing. Um, your speed at the moment is actually surprisingly slower than the rest of your group. If the rest of everybody's kind of hanging back a little bit, I'll say you get there first. With your perception, you've already noticed that it's not hostile, whatever it is. It's kind of stuck in, basically an egg sac, but it's not. There's no eggs in it. It's a cocoon of some sort. I'd say you are a spider at the moment. You know your web.
No.
You know the web of your kind. I'm not even gonna have you roll anything. I'm just gonna say that you can unravel this thing pretty easily. Uh, you find a halfling stuck inside. You have a feeling that it was kind of he was kind of left behind as a food source for the spider that caught him. Um,
Uh-oh.
make well, make an intelligence check for me, Ashok. Yeah, you don't quite put two and two together that you know that it was a spider that caught this guy, but you don't think about the fact that you're also a spider. He hasn't really moved much.
Excuse me?
Um, I'm going to assume since you're a spider and this isn't the first time you've taken this shape that you're aware of your poison. As you notice that whoever this halfling is doesn't move, you remember that your poison paralyzes. You have a feeling that there was a vague sense of movement as this halfling had shifted along this web, but he is generally paralyzed.
Generally.
He can't move, technically speaking. Like, his speed is 0. Considering everybody can move faster than you as a spider at the moment, however far back as they want to be.
Communicating with
Um,
the spider. Well,
Whoever would like to make a medicine check for me, please. This is trying to figure out what happened to this guy. Tashay, would you like to make one as well? Uh, well, I'm gonna go with Prescott and Thulwar. You both recognize that this guy's poisoned, but you don't know what kind of poison, despite the hints of, spiderweb. Uh, Tungdil, uh, being a dwarf, you're sort of, kind of familiar with underground beings,
I
and you
didn't know they
know
had
that there's,
poison.
and, and you know that there are such things as giant spiders. You've encountered them before, as have technically the rest of the group. You recognize this as a side effect of the giant spider poison. He will not be able to move on his own for at least an hour.
Well, fuck.
Or or at least, an hour from when he was bit. Go ahead. That's the only thing that you felt on this web.
There's a lot of stuff
Um,
on the web.
you have 60-foot dark vision, so from this halfling you can see the um Tungdil, you can see movement within about 60 feet, but nothing that seems to be going your direction. So you can see hints of what might be giant spiders, what might be some other creature, but nothing's coming towards you or your group. Uh, Thulwar, you catch hints of movement, but you have no clue what direction they're going. You can see them above and below, but you don't know if they're coming closer or going away. Kind of like that weird wavy test that they do when you're getting your eyes checked. You see movement, but you don't know if they're going towards you or away.
Wait a minute.
As a
I have a shock.
giant as a giant spider, make let's see. Well, make a perception check for me, please.
Hey, Click, I don't
Within
know why.
um okay, with a 16, make a I'd say dexterity check for me. Luckily, it's a skill check and not an attack. Ones do not mean automatic failure, but make a considering you just tried to jump to another web, make a dexterity saving throw for me, please. Well, luckily you don't fall any further down than you already were. Um, Thanks to the fact that you're a spider, the DC was lower. Not that it needed to be necessarily, but you do manage to spot another web within your 60 feet of vision. You try to jump to it and you utterly fail in your jump. The good news is that you don't fall any deeper into the chasm than you already were. You manage to catch yourself on the same web the rest of your group is on. The rest of you have noticed that he jumped maybe like 5 feet off the ground and managed to catch himself. You know all of those random cat failed to jump gifs?
Oh,
The good news is the good news is he caught himself before he fell into the abyss. But, it's the same theory. Uh,
I also
make
don't like cat.
make a performance check for me, Ashok. Yes, a pafafa. Okay. Okay, yeah. You seem to have made it look like it was totally on purpose, as far as you're aware. I was about to say, where? Okay. So you guys have saved this halfling from his cocoon. Ashok attempted to jump to another web and failed, but managed to pass it off like it was entirely on purpose. Um,
You
make
just want to
an
impress the
insight
kites.
check.
Kites falling.
Uh, you aren't entirely sure if it's your spider form throwing you off or if they're just hard to read, but you can't tell if he's impressed or not. Make an insight check. Uh, with the 16,
And
yeah, but that doesn't help you in insight with Yuck Yuck, who you only met a few hours ago. Um, you aren't entirely sure if he's impressed or just kind of numb to the happenings around him. But he doesn't seem to change how he treats the rest of you. Um, so you found this halfling. He's paralyzed for at least an hour. You managed to free him from his cocoon with very little trouble thanks to the fact that Ashok is a giant spider at the moment. Nobody knows, really. I believe halflings are still considered small. The same. Oh no, they are medium. Um, well, you know that the last time Ashok was a spider, giant spider, he was carrying Topsy and Turvy and Stool. It might be kind of pushing it if you add this halfling on top of that. So we have Ashok carrying the halfling and the two deep gnomes that aren't Thulwar. With Topsy and Turvy's help, this halfling doesn't seem to be falling off for the moment. It is about 60 feet to the other side at this point. You don't you do remember that it's been just a couple of hours of travel at this point. You guys still have multiple days of travel in this area. But it's not that far to the next tunnel area versus spiderweb. And our cat is whining. Um, so it takes probably from when you started to the tunnel, probably about 4 hours or so, even with the greased feet. Um, don't laugh, Brad. You aren't. Um, you are about halfway through a day of travel. Um, you notice as you make probably an hour through a tunnel, eventually you hit spiderweb again. This time it's going up. You don't know how far up it's going to go. You don't know if it's going to go all the way across this chasm again. But your greased feet won't help you at this point. Towards the end of this tunnel, the halfling is the paralyzation is wearing off. Make a perception check. Anyone who would like to. That's okay, I thought that was a 1 at first. Um, of everyone, probably only Thulwar and Tungdil notice. Tungdil definitely notices. Thulwar's probably the second to notice that the halfling starts moving a little bit more than he was. He doesn't outright scream and he doesn't try to run away, but he kind of seems to sit up and look around. Um, probably around now. Probably around now would be when Ashok's wild shape would be wearing off as well.
Oh, that's fucked
It
up.
it helps that you're in a tunnel and not on a spider web.
Still.
Um,
Hi, new.
so you, Tashay, kind of just try and calm him down. He's been with you guys for about an hour. He doesn't seem to be freaking out too badly, given that you didn't immediately try and eat him or anything.
Yeah, I mean, we
Um,
didn't try to eat them.
he doesn't freak out too badly, besides being basically thrown to the ground because of Ashok's wild shape wearing off. Well, well, I was with a group that was trying to find this tomb, and we got attacked by this group of gnolls. He was trying to find a tomb. He says that, as far as our records could tell, this tomb has been lost for a very long time. Um, I escaped the gnolls. I don't know if the rest of my group did, but I did. And I found my way here and got attacked by spiders, and they bit me and cocooned me, and I've been stuck there. Um, he end up he eventually says that you guys have saved me. I can show you to the tomb. Well, there's always treasure in a tomb,
Alright.
and we can. And once we're free of this place, we can see where we're at, and maybe it's on the way. Well, I'm going to the tomb, of course.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
It is the only record that we could find is that it's a lost tomb. Some people call it the lost tomb of Cain. Apparently.
Two parties
Oh.
suddenly.
Uh, he speaks up and says that it's the lost tomb of Cain. Um,
Wait, the lost.
the check the chat. That's the spelling of Cain. Um,
Not a.
uh, to Shay, you wouldn't really recognize any of this. You are a cleric of the light, and this is a very dark place. Even with a 19, you don't really know much. Kind of similar with you, Prescott. You recognize the name Brysis of Cain, but that's all that you can remember off of your study. Thulwar, as a resident of the Underdark, you understand a little bit more, but not a whole lot. You recognize that it was a half-elf sorcerer, Brysis of Cain, and that according to the stories, at the height of Faerun's great empires of magic, this sorcerer was entombed in a floating tomb, interred in a floating tomb, um, and that after the fall of the flying cities, this tomb basically plummeted into the Underdark. No.
God, fucking Gavin.
Uh, you know that you don't know the location, but you know that it's been lost in the Underdark for centuries. Well, a third left in the growler.
No,
You guys,
I'm not that going.
you do recognize that. I mean, first off, it's not a tomb of annihilation. But you all kind of perk up at the idea of a tomb to explore, especially one that's been lost as long as this one probably was. Yuck yuck.
Okay,
And
Tom,
spider bait. Your guides have no clue. It is beyond the scope of the Silken Paths. Uh, the the halfling chimes in and says, "We can see where we are at the end of this path. Um, and then we can decide from there. I offer to take you on the way. I know where it is. I just don't know where we are right now." I can agree with that. I will ask for no cost. The you you have saved me. You have offered a way out that doesn't involve being eaten by spiders. It's true, and I offer to pay this debt by showing you to this tomb. I don't know if it's on your way. If it is, then I can show you. If it's not, then we'll part ways and no problem. I'm not going to force you to come with me. I don't have food on me. You watch as he kind of pats himself down, checking to see what he has on him.
You
But
are
I
food.
can, I will offer my skill at finding food. And if we don't find any in a day, I'll go without. I can also promise that I don't have encounters for every day. This particular one was just kind of important. Um, so the next path on the spider web is going to be up. You will have to climb.
Oh,
It's not directly straight up, but it's not one that you can just use your greased feet and glide down like you did the last one. Down, yes. Up, not so much. Exactly. So his offers left on the table, it'll depend on when you get out of here and where you're at that point. But he has offered to take you to the lost tomb of Cain. And I'd say it probably takes you the rest of the day to make it to the next bit of tunnel where it would be safe to kind of stay for the night. I don't know, it sounds so delicious. Uh, who could tell where he was? You're you're basically a day into your travel. This is the end of the first day. Yuck Yuck and Spider Bait had told you probably about 10 days. Everyone kind of agree with that? Um, Yuck Yuck mentions that it's better on solid ground than in the spider web. It looks like 12 with 11 eating, because stool is stool. Um,
No, you have
as
not.
as a rem- as a reminder, good berries lose their nourishment after 24 hours.
So then if
So you have the 10. Anything left over from the day before have you can eat them, but they won't provide the same nourishment.
so then
So
we need to
that's
how do you
uh, you guys hadn't really spent many of the rations that you started with. You guys had been scavenging along the way,
Alright, well then
and
Prescott does
there was a point where you guys traded with merchants along the way.
Prescott
Currently, wow. Currently, throughout the whole party, you have 53 rations.
but I did subtract from that.
Okay. Okay. Uh, you guys definitely made it watertight before. Um, so I figure you guys have made enough water for the day. You guys know Google, I'm not telling you anything. Apparently, um,
Hi
you
Google.
guys ate plenty. Um, when you guys wake in the morning, Mavis is nowhere to be found.
What? And here
Out of character, it's just a way to not have to worry about him in the combat sheet anymore. Yes, combat tracker. Make a perception check if you'd like, or investigation, whichever one. Um, I'd say
and Touche,
both extremes.
I didn't
Um,
know I had
Touche, you notice nothing amiss besides the fact that Mavis is no longer with you. Um, Tungdil, you don't notice much more. You notice definitely that Mavis is gone. Um, Prescott, you would notice that Mavis seems to have gone his own way. He didn't leave any sort of note or anything like that, but he's no longer with you. Thulwar, you'd notice that you guys seem to be a little bit heavier in what you guys had before, but you can't quite place where this benefit was put, for lack of a better way to put it. Um, Ashok, you notice that you guys seem to have a bit more food than you had the day before, even though Mavis is gone. You also notice that he seemed to have left some sort of kit behind.
Wait.
Out of character, Synth is gone for a while. His life is kind of insane. I don't know if you caught that from what he'd mentioned, but he has literally backed out of both games for a while. The way that I'm handling it is taking him out of the party for the moment as far as the combat tracker goes. He's still going to be gaining he's still going to be gaining experience with the party, just not doing the same things as the party. If you want to keep playing and actively being part of the group, no. And I don't know if anyone has a proficiency in a disguise kit. I think the only one with possibility of understanding what this might be would be Thulwar, and that's simply because Thulwar's an artificer. Um,
Oh my god!
I'd say probably just a straight intelligence check. Because it's not really, like, magical or anything like that. Well, it's a kit. Uh, Prescott's check, you're not entirely sure either, given you have no tool proficiencies, but you have a feeling that it might help someone who, you know, knew about such things to disguise themselves, maybe? Don't give up, Tishay. You never know. You guys have gone to sleep and woken up with this stuff just suddenly gone. Well, I guess technically suddenly here. With Mavis gone. And given that you're in the Silken Paths, there is no possibility of tracking him down. There's no note left behind. There's no real trace. Besides, besides the fact that, you know, his all of his food, as far as you're aware, was left behind, and a disguise kit for whatever reason. I have not been in the Discord chat for the last while.
Cool. Okay.
Uh-oh. Ah. I don't use the light theme, but apparently if you click on that image, apparently. I mean, it's bad enough in dark theme if you click on it. Apparently. Well, to be fair, nobody seems to pick up on any sort of kidnapped vibe or sign or anything of the sort. He left of his own choice as far as anyone knows. I mean, technically speaking, there's no telling why he left.
He didn't steal
Stool
it,
is
did
still
he?
there.
Okay, thank God.
Stool Stool is still there. Topsy and Turvy are still there. Seraph is still there. Nobody else is missing. Even the halfling you just found is still there.
Zara, Zara is driving
Yes.
me to drink the.
Um, so you guys have crawled, have slid down one path, have crawled up another. You guys start to lose track in terms of how many you've gone up and down and around and
Wait, did
it
we
No, they're still leading you. Um, make an insight check. Uh, Prescott, you are absolutely convinced that they're being entirely truthful.
That
Uh, to Shay and Thulwar, as far as you're aware, they're being entirely honest on leading you out in the way that would be quickest to get you to Grackle stuff where you stated you're going.
out of
Ashok, you aren't as certain as the others are in terms of where Yuck Yuck and Spider Bait
you
are
are
leading
drunk.
you, but you're pretty sure they're leading you as straight as possible given the nature of the Silken Paths. Uh, well, oh, of course I am.
And that and that
Um,
ain't
well, The empties were cleaned up.
I'm gonna.
Uh, okay. Could you could you please mute yourself? It's not as bad just through one of them. Let's see.
And besides,
Let's see. We have Tungdill Prescott. No. Tungdill Thulwar Prescott. Shay. And then Ashok. And Aldith. And Sareth's already there. Topsy and Turvy. Okay. So you guys go for probably another day and a half, maybe 2 days before you guys come across anything different. You guys have traveled up and down and around in pretty much any conceivable direction through the Silken Paths. This marks probably about day 4, maybe 5. So you guys are, relatively speaking, fully rested. This is early in the day, comparatively speaking. Make a perception check, please.
sure.
Everybody. Yes, I'm aware that nobody sees this map at the moment. I know this. This is not a map that's entirely to scale, considering it shows about 100 feet across instead of 2,000. But it gives you a sense of vaguely the scope of this particular map. Let's see.
On the bright side,
Wow.
awesome.
Uh, no, hang on. The lowest passive perception is 12 in your party. And as such,
We're all dead.
hiccup.
Yes.
Hiccup. Considering you see these spiders, go ahead and roll initiative for me, please. It's closer to uh, front lines than not, but I definitely wouldn't call the bard the one that would be out front. Let's see.
Just
Wow.
a lot.
Well, the first two roll exactly the same thing and entirely miss on their targets. The third giant spider manages to scurry up and actually do damage to Eldith.
Too much gas escaping
Literally minimum damage.
What?
There's
Oh, wait, no,
not
that's
two.
combination.
That's 2,000 silver across everybody.
Oh, that's
Yes. Yes. Okay. So you watched as two giant spiders scurried up and attempted to attack and entirely missed. Then the third one managed to actually get a hit in on Eldith. Tashay, it is now your turn. You notice quite clearly that there are a total of 8 giant spiders attacking your entire party. Okay. I don't know, are you gonna get up close and try and attack? Uh, Bless gives you an extra d4 to attack or saving throw. Yes. You use the effect for yourself. Don't forget to add the effect to them. It looks like you have. That was your action. You are towards the back right next to a giant spider. That sounded like Ashok. What did you lose? To Thulwar. That is weird. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and that brings us to Topsy. Topsy. Where is Topsy? Topsy is right next to a giant spider. Topsy is going to attempt to use their war pick against the spider. And because it is multi-attack, okay, it tried twice. Okay, this spider is going to run forward and attempt to bite Yuck Yuck. And I think that hits just a little bit. Um, uh, Yuck Yucks, I am going to rule that as false. They are most likely unconscious, not outright dead. Part of it's because, they don't actually have a very high hit point value as it is. But I'm gonna say that they didn't outright die from that, they're just unconscious. And because of that, because of the spider bite's secondary effect, they are paralyzed. Stable but poisoned for an hour and paralyzed. Because they should have more than just 3 hit points. And that brings us to Tungdil. Yes, it should be a bonus action to rage. Um, you have. Well, that should have already been effect. Let's see. Dwarven Resilience is already target yourself. You've been blessed. Have you hit the little person for rage? That's what it is, okay? Uh, it on your rage, it should be that first one for now, and then move and try and attack.
Yes, and please don't hit
Yes.
your penis. Thank you.
And then go ahead and try and hit the giant spider. Stop hiccuping. Hiccuping? And I don't believe you have any more attacks yet. Yes. But you tried really, really hard. Yes. So go ahead and hit the down arrow for next turn. It does. It should be on the combat tracker. Your Ancestral Guardians requires you to hit first. Yes.
Uh,
As a note, you are right next to one of the giant spiders. Yes. No, but you may have disadvantage depending on the magic. You did attempt to attack. That counts towards your holding your rage. You did attack a hostile creature, so even if you don't take damage, you will still continue your rage.
Prescott wants ass.
Prescott, what are you doing?
I think I'm gonna do Arms
Uh,
of Hadar.
be sure to read your side effects.
Never mind, I'm not.
Arms of Adar attacks all creatures within 10 feet of you.
That's a lot.
That would hurt Stool, Sereth, Thulwar, Hemith, Fargus, Topsy, Tashay, Ashok, and Turvy, as well as Stool, who is in your arms. Oh, and Eldeth. So literally everyone except your guides and Tungdil. It does not specify foes. All creatures within 10 feet of you. Eldritch Blast is a ranged attack spell.
Mm.
You are within 5 feet of the giant spider.
Yep. grab and twist. No, 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 no,
You
no,
do
wait, 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 wait.
you do have Phantasmal Force if you wish to go with spells or a
That's what I was
dagger.
thinking. Fan-
You can imagine that it's on fire, and then it makes an intelligence saving throw and sees if that takes effect.
uh,
The Phantasmal Force. Basically makes it hallucinate.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
makes it hallucinate. You can, but you have a feeling. Well, make an intelligence check. You are aware that the spell lasts for up to a minute if you concentrate on it. If you do something like it imagines that its friend attacks it, you have a feeling that it'll last a round. So you make it think that it's being attacked by four. Prescott, don't forget to mark off one of your spell slots as you cast Phantasmal Force. No, it rolls its saving throw. Yes. And it failed. It rolled an 11 against your 14. Go ahead and roll your damage against it. Yes. So no, you can't eat my food.
I told you. We went to
Um,
Hibachi.
so Phantasmal Force is limited to 1d6 psychic as long as the hallucination takes root in the creature's mind.
So wait, real
As far
fast.
as it's aware, what you told it to uh, visualize is what attacked it. So it believes that Giant Spider 4 did the damage to it. It's just the 1d8 psychic. 1d6, yes.
So real fast.
All of the food that would be relatively easy to prepare. That is not all of the food in that fridge. That's relatively quick, yes. That's not all the food we have in this house.
I'm drunk.
Well, we don't have bread, to be
I'm
fair.
drunk.
To be fair, you could easily just grab one of the fruit bowls and eat that.
Yeah, but
Yes.
whoops. Sorry.
So you cast your phantasmal force. It did its 1d6 damage. That seems about right. Nope. And that was to 19. As a note, 19 was the. Why are you suddenly dead? Let's fix that. Let's see. That still hit. Okay, Sereth. Um, make a perception check, whoever would like to. Uh, Ashok, excuse me, I'm sorry. Tungdil and Thulwar, none of you seem to notice anything amiss in the moment. Prescott, you notice that Sereth walks up to this giant spider and has nothing in his hands. You aren't entirely sure what it means. Um, to Shay, you notice as he walks forward towards the spider, uh, he kind of holds out his hand and suddenly his weapon just kind of appears out of nothing. Um, but despite having noticed that, he entirely missed. And that brings us to Thulwar.
What?
Um, you do your fancy thing. Um, Force Ballista. Okay. Which, of course, I didn't give one. This is a temporary. Yeah, that sounds about right. Please. Okay, you have one of these things. These. Where are you wanting to put that? Uh, right there? Okay. And I believe that moves on your turn? Bada 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 ba. When you just summon the turret, you decide which type it is. You can take your um
Also,
so it's your action to summon it, and part of that same action it is you can direct the turret to walk or climb. You can command the turret to detonate. That would be silly, you just summoned it. And you're doing the Force Ballista. You can make a ranged attack if you would like. So your turret is going to aim at 31. And And it is definitely within its reach. Well, it's definitely more than a +0. For your force ballistic, go ahead and do your attack against the spider you're attacking. Oh, of course. It says +7, which is definitely not what it says on the thingy. Hey.
What me?
Hang on.
Sounds about right.
It's really not your fault. I'm going to blame Fantasy Grounds for not coding it right. Against that dude. Um, of course it's gonna fail. Go ahead and roll a d20, and I'll just do the math manually. I am almost entirely certain that hits. Considering that would be a 18 plus 7, I'm pretty sure that hits. And that it rolled 5 total. It could be worse. And it's pushed
No.
5 feet back.
No, it does not because it's pushed back via.
Yes, it did not choose to move 5 feet back. Okay. And was that all you wanted to do? That was your action. Okay, that brings us to Yuck Yuck that still appears to be dead but is unconscious, not
Thank you for
dead.
pressing the button for me because I forgot to.
As unconscious, I need to make a throw for him. Okay. You don't know what he rolled. Giant Spider 11. Yes, I'm gonna have to fix that. I don't know exactly what went wrong, but I know obviously something went wrong. And that... Let's see. He went to attack Tungdill. Did a little bit of damage, but Tungdill saved against the secondary effect, the poison effect, so didn't take further damage. Farkas, who technically you don't know the name of yet, because he never did say. This is the halfling. He is going to attack Giant Spider 9 and do some damage, and then attack a second time and do some damage. Giant Spider 9 is still standing. Of course, then it's Turvy. Turvy's over there within 5 feet of a critter. And rolled a 1. And then a 19. Okay, did a little bit of damage. Uh, that one doesn't count. Let's see, stool is not next to anybody. Wait, yes. It is Ashok's turn. Um, okay. It is a saving throw, so.
Well, there goes.
You never know. Uh, that was a failed save. So go ahead and do your damage. And Giant Spider 19 is still up, but did take a good amount of damage. So if you want to go ahead and hit the down arrow once you're done. 21 is not next to anybody and really has nowhere to get close to anybody. What do you mean? Uh, it has to double move to get into melee range with anybody. Let's see. The Force Ballista turret, which I believe is just kind of attached to Thulwar's. Um, yeah, it looks like it's basically just a an extension of you. So you're at 16? Oh, come on. Uh, well, that works. It's at least kind of sort of attached to you. Fantasy Grounds is
What?
weird in the way that it treats these things. 21 has double moved on its turn, so it can't actually. It can't actually do anything. Yuck Yuck is unconscious. It has not died yet, at the very least. 11 is going to attempt to attack again. Ouch.
I didn't do it.
Um, you know, something went wrong somewhere. Um, um,
Sleep doesn't mean people need to stop sucking at responding.
Turvy. Literally. Uh, Eldith. That brings us to Ashok again. That's okay. Don't forget to mark off the spell slot. Should be at the top of your actions page, right below your weapons. I think that hit. It,
Do you
let's see, this was Ice Knife. Uh,
land
ma- make an intelligence check for me. Ashok. It's up to you. You can aim it to where it doesn't hit them. Uh, if you manage to avoid the two of them, you don't have to do the secondary. Well, actually, the target still does. So go ahead and make it do well. I think it died. So that was the blessing of the Raven Queen. Um, do you have the action ability for that?
Who?
Ashok. The part because you gain you're at third level, you gain resistance to all damage when you teleport using this trait. This resistance lasts until the end of your or till the start of your next turn. Yes, because you have it's the Shadarkai Blessing of the Raven Queen. You have you are third level now. Okay. That would be Stool's turn.
Let's go, little.
Stool continues to be not close enough to anybody. Well, let's see. Where are you? You are right next to an enemy. It hits and does some damage. Spiderbait is not not quote unquote dead. The skull is actually unconscious, not dead. It's because the roll made it have 3 hit points. It is Tashay's turn. Imagine that. That never happens. Yeah, the ones that were near you kind of, died.
Died.
You guys have um uh right there with a 30-foot range, you would hit all of them.
And it doesn't say
Yeah.
all creatures.
It specifies hostile. And which spell are you casting? Or is it a okay. Each hostile creature within 30 feet of you must make a Constitution saving throw. So it should hostile creature.
We say that four words.
It's all of the spiders.
Sorry, no.
That looks like it, because there's only 5 left. So it looks like 3 of them failed, but all of at the worst it's half damage. So it did damage to them all. It just didn't kill any of them. Not quite. Tungdill, it's your turn.
D&D where we all roll.
Prescott. I'm pretty sure that's a hit. Um, you did to hit twice. You didn't hit damage.
Oh. Never mind.
Go ahead and hit your down button on the combat tracker. There's a next actor down arrow. There you go.
I just
How dare you? There are 4 possibilities as to what he's going to attack. And it missed. Sarith. Hey, that helps. $21. Okay. Go ahead and try. Okay. That, uh, let's see, 21 AC. It hits. I had to look it up because I wasn't sure. So you should be able to roll the damage on it. 3d6 force? No, 2d8. Okay, so just... Okay, on... So that brings that to... Well, it's a 20 total. Because it was at 9. Okay, and that was, I believe, counted as your bonus action. Okay. Same one? Okay, you should be able to do that one. It looks like it rolled a 10, a 3 plus 7. Yeah, it didn't hit. It it may not be entirely your character sheet. I'm gonna work on a couple of things between sessions. Almost. This is... I think the second saving throw for them. I think it's everybody's second turn. Okay. I mean, he hasn't died yet. Uh, uh, Vargas. hits and manages to kill that spider. And has not moved yet. Does not hit. Let's see, Turvy. That was 21. Okay. Let's see. Eldith has on your which one? Um turn, let's see. +7. Go ahead and roll 1d4 for me. 14 against 21, right? Yeah, I meant Giant Spider 21 would have hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. And that it usually does, but it kind of acts a little bit weird if it's not directed at the creature. And sometimes with Thulwars, because Thulwars is acting strangely, I need to isolate what's going wrong and fix it. But
she casted it.
that killed it. So we still have one spider. And it is Eldith's turn just now. So Eldith is going to attempt to beat the hell out of it with her warhammer. Missed and then missed. So it is Ashok's turn. Okay, go ahead and roll your attack. And don't forget to mark off the spell. I'm probably going to end up taking off the advanced combat because it throws up random errors when there shouldn't be. The first part is a just straight attack roll if I remember right. Yes, that definitely hits. So go ahead and roll the initial damage. The first part is automatic damage because you hit it. So it should be I think it's 1d10 piercing damage. Okay. And then try and force the dex save on it. It succeeded, which I think it avoids the secondary damage entirely. Yeah. And that brings us to Stool, who is far too far away. Uh, you ha- and Humith misses. Spider bait is on his third attempt. Okay. And that brings us back up to Taché. You hit. Tungdal, it's your turn. So after an amount of time, you do eventually kill off the spiders attacking your party. You do notice that one of your group is still unconscious. Oh, wow, you do have Spare the Dying. Oh, I didn't realize that you'd chosen that one. You should be able Spare the dying. Spare the dying is a cantrip. I believe you were doing cure wounds. Spare the dying stops them from dying, but doesn't bring them up any. Cure wounds would at least make them conscious. Conscious. The difference being, if they're still unconscious, you have to carry them. If they're at least conscious, they can probably walk on their own.
We go that way.
So you cure wounds by. You healed them by 12. That was. Should have been yuck yuck, right? Okay. Okay. They seem to be very. God. Very grateful for your efforts in keeping them alive. Probably about a glass. Well, everybody lived through the encounter of 8 giant spiders. It really wasn't that difficult compared to some of the others that you've been through. You do notice that your companions, the ones that you've traveled with for a while, seem to be a bit more hardened against dangers such as this. Make a perception check, anyone who would like to. What was that, Zarin? Tishay, would you like to as well? Would you like to make a perception check as well? Um, so Thulwar, you do notice that there's a couple of strange abilities that your cohorts are exhibiting that they didn't before. but you don't really catch on to much. You're a little bit distracted with the fact that you can suddenly summon your turrets and the possibilities that that holds for you. Well, that too. You've been concentrating on keeping your party alive and your own abilities more than what your cohorts are doing. Um, to Shay and Prescott, you notice that the party as a whole, uh, both your active party members and the NPCs have been doing a little bit more than expected.
And don't forget the person.
Mavis not included in this. Uh, there, there's a couple of people that are in your party that have done a couple of things that are a little bit unexpected, but you're a bit more concentrating on what your own abilities are over what your party members have been doing. Ashok, you notice that a couple of people, such as Sereth or the Were Rats, Topsy and Turvy, everybody seems to be pitching in a little bit more than they used to. You can't quite pinpoint what's going on, but something's changed in capabilities of your party members, player and non-player characters all alike, besides this Yuck Yuck and Spider Bait that you've only known for a couple of days.
He would sense that for. He would sense that
That
for me.
was Ashok. Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me. With that roll, it's kind of the same as your perception. You can't quite pinpoint if you can pinpoint that something's changed, but not quite what's changed. So you can kind of pinpoint the effect of leveling up, but not necessarily the tree they leveled up in, if that makes sense. Uh, Tungdil, uh, surprisingly, out of everyone present, you specifically you sp- you specifically pick up on NPC traits such as Sereth, who summoned a blade out of nothing when the spiders attacked.
Let's be fair. We.
You kind of specifically kind of hone in on that, and Eldith's kind of general abilities. You notice that as she attacked, if the monster had taken damage already, she was doing more damage. You kind of pick up on little things throughout the party that seem to have gotten stronger since you first met them. The same thing holds true for Yuck Yuck, Spiderbait, and the Halfling that you guys have met, that you don't know much about them, but you kind of get the feeling that Sereth, uh, Eldith, Topsy, and Turvy have definitely changed a little bit, and a little bit on Hemith as well, even though he's only been with you since Slew Blued Up rather than all the way from the beginning at Vilkenvelv.
Mine would be a pretty significant change.
You haven't necessarily picked up on player character changes so much as especially the changes in the ability of the non-player characters. like you pick up on little things like everybody's leveled up for instance, but not necessarily specifics on what abilities they've gained. I mean, yeah, besides the abilities that have been shown in this battle by your fellow party members
The
and
abilities.
like higher spells cast and doing more damage and such, that's all kind of given that you would have noticed in battle, but you specifically pick up on the fact that, as stated before, Sereth summoned a blade out of nothing. um
The abilities.
Eldith has done more damage to enemies than you would have expected otherwise, having seen her attack other beings. Both Topsy and Turvy have done a hell of a lot of damage in this battle.
Yeah, they scared
It,
me.
in an out of character sort of thing, you kind of pick up on little things that possible paths that these characters may have taken, assuming they were, player characters. You lost um, Ront, the initial cleric of Lady Shell's character, and Prince Darendil immediately. And then you guys went to Sloobludop. You lost Shushar, the the Darrow, Bupido, and the yes, uh, Jim, Jimjar at Sloobludop. And you did pick up Hemith since then, who was the Durgar who was also a sacrifice in Sloobludop. You
So
made
two
it
duos.
to the Silken Paths, and at least I'd say probably about halfway through this particular journey, as far as you were told initially by Yuk Yuk and Spiderbait. You did gain the halfling whose name you don't technically know yet, because nobody's asked him his name and he hasn't offered it freely,
We hadn't gotten there yet.
even though you've been traveling with him for a couple of days.
Hadn't gotten there yet.
And then you fought a bunch of spiders and killed them.
Now we go.
I'd say you guys probably make it to the end of about the, I'd say, fifth day and you guys make it to the relative safety of the tunnel versus the spider web and can do your next long rest. Without anything trying to outright kill you. So at this point, you've made it about 5 days into your initial quoted 10-day travel. Within that 5 days, you found your halfling and you fought off a bunch of giant spiders. Which, from what you've noticed, is about average for Underdark travel. Of course, the giant spiders, but general times of very, very quiet and nothing knows you're there to all of a sudden, oh god, what's attacking me? Yeah, it's Silver. That's what he does when he's done. Which is,
It was.
um, as a reminder to everyone, we are running this one again next week because we did miss the second week in September. And then the week after that, the 16th we should be running this one again. The 23rd will be Tomb of Annihilation again. Sleep well, have fun, all that fun stuff. Won't take much at this point.